All right, so we're live. I'll be back in a minute. Just gonna go grab Gebagoo here, and yeah, I'll just be a minute. And PC doesn't work anymore. That's no good. That's no good. Hey man, I just got a kitty. She's a little freaked out from the move, but we got a very upset kitty. Yeah, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Roam around, lots to roam. Hey, she's a very upset kitty right now. Haven't seen her in a while, plus a move. She'd probably be like this for the night. Then she should be back to happy-go-lucky Gabby. An i7? No, you don't really need an i7, but it does suck. Could it be RAM? Have you tried the RAM yet? Their ROM? Have you tried the RAM? Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Oh, wow, she's already coming around. You want a piece of ham? Hi, baby. There you go. No? You just want to rub up against me? Alright. Sorry, starting to come around, but she's curious kitty. Yeah, it could be RAM. I'm gonna try out. Take out one of the sticks of RAM, see if it works. And then switch it over, see if it works. Today you're lucky. Yeah, you're born. Well, you don't want a piece of ham? You sure you don't want a piece of ham? Oh, okay. Hey. I know you gotta rub up against me, but sure you don't want a piece of ham? Are you sure you don't want a piece of ham? Yeah, it's me. Ah. Yeah, but you sure you don't want a piece of ham? You just want to go lay in my clothes? Okay. Alright. Do what you gotta do. Seeing if it needs rest. I don't know if it needs rest. One sec. No bad. Wait. Doesn't want. 1.5 years, that's not very long. And you've hit BIOS reset too? Yeah, they have problems. It's the 13th and 14th gen CPUs that had the problems. Do you still have the box for the CPU ROM? You can punch in a code that's on the box. See if it's part of the defective. It's under warranty still, so you can still RMA it. They'll either give you the same CPU or one better. If they don't have that one in stock. That's why I have so many videos out there showing how to tune 13th and 14th gen CPUs. So that way the voltage is not overspiked. Because it's motherboards, it's the motherboards too that do it. Not just CPUs. Even though it has a BIOS update and all that, you still have problems. It's anything over 125, well, they said anything over 65 watts, so it doesn't matter. You can go back to Best Buy then. They'll do a warranty for you. They ate everything, so there's no ham. Hey, baby. You want up? You're coming around pretty quick, aren't you? You want up? No? You curious, kitty? To roam around, do your thing? Okay. Yeah, you can still take it to Best Buy. Tomorrow. Tomorrow comes out. Coming up? I know. Hate me all you want. Good evening, the Chosen. Yeah, comes out tomorrow, the 9060 XT. Cat's just roaming around. She hasn't seen me in a while, plus a new spot. So, she's just roaming around the area. She's coming around pretty quickly, though. So I'm kind of happy about that. You coming over here? What you doing? It'll have warranty on it. There's like minimum two or 3 year warranty, and then if it's part of a batch, it's a 5-year warranty on the CPU. Well, he should have it. If he spent that kind of money, he still has the receipt or somewhere for the purchase, right? I would hope. I mean, I keep everything. Everything. Oi, curious kitty. Yeah, you. What you doing, Gabby Goo? You hungry? You hungry? Probably not. Look like you've been well fed. Yeah, call him first then, just so that way you're not taking a trip. Call him first. You don't keep everything, or you do keep everything? Coming over? You don't? Well, that's rough. I keep everything. Never know, man. You never know. I hope he didn't pay cash. If so, dang, man. Spending a lot of money cash. How would you go? Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? Should definitely check that out, see if it did or not. Hopefully you didn't pay cash. That's why I have so many. I have so many videos showing how to tune the 13th and 14th gen CPUs. It's not the CPU that's having the issue after the BIOS update. Still, the motherboard has the voltage issues. Again, I've never had an issue with mine. I've had known batch that was bad. That was effective. Never had an issue. What you doing? Yeah, what you doing? Why don't you come say hi? Why don't you come say hi? Yeah. You got water. You need water. Yeah. Good thing you do. Yeah, replacement for the CPU, maybe. Or if you can wait for the new LJ 1700 CPUs. If you can wait. If not, then that sucks. So yeah, there's going to be new LJ 1700 CPUs, 12 core, performance core, 8 cores, and 6 core. What you doing? Iron Man, the CPU itself, you can't. It has to be a box processor. It's not a box processor. It's not how it works. You have to take it back into the place that you bought it from for them to do the warranty. If you bought the CPU like a box processor, what they buy, Best Buy and other big manufacturer retailers like that buy trays. They're called tray CPUs. You can only Iron Man it yourself if it's a boxed processor. It's unfortunate. Yeah, nothing wrong with Intel. It's just you gotta tune them yourself, or be lucky with the motherboard doesn't give too much voltage on them. It's something that happens. It's not the CPUs anymore. They fixed all that, except for motherboard manufacturers have not fixed it. Still put too much voltage in for no reason. My CPU would normally be using 1.535 to 1.55 volts at 5.5 gigahertz all core. I can do 1.365 volts stable. 1.365 versus 5.5. Oh, at 5.6 gigahertz all core. How does that make sense? And it's not the CPU, it's the motherboard manufacturers. I'm not sure if you can just send the CPU itself back. You might have to take the whole PC in. I'm not sure about that. So that way they can do their own warranty for the CPU. It's not yeah. If you bought it from them, it's a tray one. You have to bring it back to the original retailer. If it's a boxed CPU, you can do the RMA yourself. It's how CPU RMAs work. And you can buy a tray CPU from them? What is this place? Central Computers? I've never heard of them. I never heard of being able to buy tray versions, just a tray CPU, not buying a whole PC that has a tray version. Tray version. It's just same CPU, but they're all bought in bulk. Idle wattage is very low, anywhere from 3 to 11 watts for idle. While I'm streaming, I use 35 watts with 13900K. Small chain in California. That's, I mean, pretty cool. Yep. Yeah, it uses no wattage because I tune it all myself, so the wattage doesn't go nuts. I can max out the wattage. I can max out the PL1, PL2, and it will never reach those. Yep. Yeah, it uses no wattage, so it's nice. Gaming is a different story. It does use 100 watts-ish, 120-ish. Yep. And idle is like 3 to 11 watts. Jumps, the jumps, but... No, yours might not have done more. It's just the voltage. Voltage just spikeage and not good. Depending on the motherboard. Do you know the motherboard that's on that system? Knowing the actual motherboard for it would let me know whether or not it's one of the worst ones for it. Asus motherboards are bad. No name. I mean, you can just look inside the PC case and see it says Asus Gigabyte ASRock. MSI. Having fun looking out the window, Gabby? It is Asus. Yeah, worst motherboard for them. Unless you manually tune. They put way too much voltage through their CPUs for 13th and 14th gen CPUs. Unfortunately. The model name? Wow, don't care about model name, but Asus puts a lot of voltage through their 13th, 14th gen CPUs. It's not the CPU, it's the motherboard. Having fun? Wow. It's not just ASRock though. It's not. It's not. It's not just ASRock. I don't care what. I don't care that ASRock even came out and said that they had some issues and that they fixed it. Yeah, but there's an underlying issue there, and that is AMD. I found out, by the way, AMD with their CPUs are automatically enabling PBO. Automatically. It's not motherboard manufacturers. Somehow the CPU is automatically just switching on to PBO, not the motherboards. No, they're just the worst ones for it. 1.6 volts in the BIOS. It would be running full load. Needed, well, full load, and then when it went off a load, it would hold the voltage. Yeah, same sort of thing. Correct. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, same sort of thing that way then. There's some sort of online issue, and the one thing that they found was for some reason the AMD CPUs were switching to PBO automatically without having to do anything. It would just automatically go into PBO state. Which is technically like an overclock. Uh-huh. Yeah, weird. What? What? You come over? No? Alright. Fine. PBO and jelly. Basically. Yeah. Basically like a... It's a performance boost. Yeah, and it was automatically going into PBO state. Yeah, it goes from warm to toasty. So yeah, I found that out yesterday. Found that out yesterday. I was pretty baffled by it. All right, fine. 64 degrees Celsius is not bad. Yeah, a decent cooler for it. Yeah, the idles are on AMDs, or they're warm on AMD CPUs. I mean, 31C is not terrible, but that's pretty high. When they're building a microwave oven. Yeah. Should turn on my other lights, but it's warm. Trying to cool down the place a bit. Yeah, it is. It's pretty wild. She's a mad kitty. She's coming around pretty quick though, but she's a mad kitty. You good? Yeah. She's smelling all the PC stuff. Why don't you come say hi? Why don't you come say hi? Why don't you come say hi? No? Alright, fine. Be that way. Be that way, fine. I don't care. How long it's supposed to rain for? So I gotta go out for a minute here. Give up on free performance in their top, but overclock duty, but not free performance if the duty doesn't last as long. That's your own fault if you're not doing it proper. Yeah, PC that you have. Look who's on the bed. Is he so comfortable? Yeah, because you can get free performance just by overclocking, but if you're keeping the GPU cool, not using crazy voltage curves, because everyone likes to use their voltage curves, you're allowed to use voltage that it requires. I mean, my GPU is what they come out in 23 years old. 3 years old now, has been overclocked a massive amount, and I can still get records on it. No crashing, no issues. Yeah, of course there's free performance. And these newer graphics cards, you get a crazy amount more performance from overclock them. But if you're not going to keep them cool, you're going to throw them in these small form factor PCs with no airflow, and the temperatures are always going to be like 80 degrees Celsius. Yeah, of course there's going to be issues. Of course there's going to be issues. And it's not more or less the core that's going to be the issue. It's the components that are on it. If those components fry on the motherboard, guess what's going to happen? It could fry the core. It could fry the memory. It could wear out the memory. I mean, you must have had some pretty crappy thermal paste before. Or it was stock thermal paste, which you can get that kind of temperature just by switching to thermal paste, a better brand. I still need to try out this PTM, but like I said, I would want to do a big test, so I'd want to buy a whole bunch of different various PTMs, top line PTM, low PTM, various different thermal pastes, so I would want to do a big test. Yeah. That's why I think Gigabyte with their new, it's like putty. It's almost like putty what they're using, not like a thermal paste or we want to call it. It's other really crappy thermal compound that's Nah, I wouldn't use that, but Gigabyte's using the newer stuff. It's like a putty. Yeah, because then you just put like a P size onto, the memory chips and whatnot, or even the actual core, and then it'll squeeze out. And then if you want to reapply it later on, or you clean your card, you can reapply it easy. It's easy to take off. Duranot's not bad. It's just really thick. It's really thick. It's really thick. I would still prefer to use the Extreme Cryonaut, not Duranaut, but Duranaut works fine. It works good. It's just really thick. So spreading it is a bit of a problem. Still, it's really good, yeah. KPX is really good though. KPX, Kingpins, Thermal Paste, KPX, the blue stuff. That stuff is really good. But a lot of people won't be using that kind of stuff. It costs too much money. But yeah, I really do like the Extreme Cryonaut. The pink stuff from Thermal Grizzly. Really good stuff. Really good. Good for cold temp and it's good for normal use. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's warm for ambient temperature, really, in my opinion. Especially how easy it looks to redo paste on a graphics card. It's just a few screws and pop right off. Some graphics cards are, yeah, easy. My easiest graphics card to actually do, besides my really old ones, is my 2080 Super EVGA Hydro Copper. It's even in a water block. It's super easy. Super easy. It is just a few screws. But there are cards like, and you would assume like, yeah, it's a few screws, but then you got the RGB cables, fan cables, and then you gotta like, when you're pulling it apart, sometimes you have to shift it over, like when you're pulling it up, you shift it over, and then you gotta flip it, and you gotta undo everything else. It's not easy, but it's not bad, especially if you've done it a few times. Use the Krynox Dream on the Ryzen 9 and the Hydro Shift 360 and it's 31C at idle. I mean, it's aight. What's your room temp though? It's the room temp that I need to know. Usually with the AMD CPUs, their idle temps are a bit higher. The wattage is a bit higher too. 21C? Yeah. So My CPU 13900K literally idles at room temperature, or 1 degree higher than room temperature. But it's only pulling 3 to 11 watts. It's right around the 7, 8 watt mark, generally on idle anyways. Your CPU will be drawing like, what, 30 to 45 watts depending on idle. And that's AMD though. That's just an AMD. That's what the AMD idle's at. Yep. It's not even zero heat saturation. It's just Intel versus AMD. Because yours is also going to be using, what, 3 times the wattage on idle that mine is? That correlates to it as well. The package, the die size correlates. The actual architecture correlates to it as well. Yeah. Custom water loop though. I mean, even versus an AIO, it's still basically the same thing. Very low temperature. So yeah, did you hear, guys? Nvidia might not be making graphics cards, gaming graphics cards anymore. I saw you. It's not that you're losing money. Yeah, remember, they're using better components, newer hardware. So it's going to cost more. Better performance, too. With that kind of cooling and that low of wattage, I would just like to stay at whatever the room temperature is, honestly. Yeah. With it, 1 or 2 degrees. If it's much higher, so say your CPU, Intel, is on idle, make sure it's on idle, everything's idle. Check the wattage and all that too. If it's 5 to 10 degrees higher than the actual room temperature, you probably have to redo the thermal paste. Your cooler mount might not be done proper. Like, there's so many things that go wrong with that. But AMD is going to be, yeah, about 10 degrees, 15 degrees higher than normal, than room temp, than your ambient temp on idle versus Intel. And that's because the wattage is just going to be higher on AMD. Yours sounds correct. Yours sounds correct there, bud. Because your AMD CPU 9700. It sounds correct. Your temps are fine. Your low temps sound good. So I don't think you need to repaste it there, Gary. Sounds good what you got. If it was Intel and those temperatures are like that, except for the load temp, then you might need to do something. But the load temp is fine. Yeah, you're good, buddy. If you want to get the most of the performance out of a really small form factor with very little heat, what would you do? Very little heat. Get certain small form factors, as much airflow as possible. Liquid metal. I would love to build a small form factor, but I'd make a custom water loop small form factor, which are not easy. I'd do a full custom water loop small form factor. Oh, what CPU and GPU you use? Oh, low wattage if I can. I wouldn't use like a 13900K and a 5090 or 1400K and a 5090 or 285K or even a 9800X 3D. I'd be using like a 9600X, a 9600 from AMD for CPU. GPU, it depends. I might go with, let's say, like their new 9060 XTs. They're nice low wattage. Temps will be really good. Don't have to worry about components frying due to the fact the temperatures are just so high. But I wouldn't do high wattage at all. I'll make sure it's a low wattage. There are tons of people that do the high wattage or the high-end tier and small form factors, and then their PCs don't last. It just burns out. So nice, so 14600K because it used less wattage. Temperature 14600K can get hot still in a small form factor, especially if there's not good airflow for cooling. It's a lot more cores in the 14600K as well. A lot, like over twice the amount, over twice the amount of cores in a 14600K. So yeah, yeah, I would. And I was just saying like that kind of CPU. 14600K, if you can get the right small form factor and the right cooler for it, it'd work just fine. But I was just saying like for AMD wise, I would do that. For Intel wise and Nvidia wise, yeah, something like a 14600K, 13600K, 12600K is for really cool CPUs, like run really cool, but it's only 10 core, right? Which, if you want to build a nice small form factor, why would you go with the 12600K? Because small form factors cost quite a bit. No, the batteries are dying. What is it if you want to do gaming stream at the same time? Like you would, yeah, it would. Oh yeah, 100% would be a better choice. Yeah, it would definitely be a better choice. You stare at me like that. I don't even know what this is. Yeah. The battery's dead. No. Oh no. When I get the money to start building again, I want to build them as small as possible. Yeah, you could make some money off them because people do like small form factors, but you got to make sure you're getting the right cases because some cases are holy moly, they cost a lot. Come on, freaking show. Somewhat. At least build a small corner case with Ryzen 5 5600, 64 gig DDR4, two 2TB NVMe, one 2TB SSD, one so you get 6TB Exos drive. Nice for cooling 240 mil. I mean that's more than enough for 5600. More than enough. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, cases you're gonna have to do research because holy moly, there's a lot of them, and some of them can fit a lot more into them, have better airflow, better like overall designs and aesthetics. Yes, I know the battery's kind of dead. My bad. This is old. I'm super rough, hard on. Big power. Always gonna. What? Still broke. What? You gotta pay a graphics card now. For 5600, you can go up to 2070 Super around there. That's where you can go around for that. 2070 Super, 7600 XT, maybe 7700 XT won't bottleneck it, but I'm pretty sure you'll bottleneck the 7700 XT with it. Unfortunately, you'll need to go something like that. I think I could fit a 56 Ti 16 gigabyte in a fairly small case. Oh, have you not seen some of the smaller 5060 Ti's? Dang. They're small. The 960 looks good, but I like how Nvidia utilized the RAM more efficiently. It's like you get more RAM. Well, I mean, it's also GDDR7 memories, so it's a bit faster. More bandwidth. More bandwidth. So Dave is happy. Dave is happy. Humidity 40%, 28, almost 29 degrees Celsius. Unfortunately. PC that broke right, so super nice to it, but the one I'm using right now, I was not nice and still going strong. Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it. A lot of factors. Doesn't matter how nice you are onto something, or how nice you think you are. The components being used can be the problem. I also heard that 9060 uses all the 16 kilobit PCIe. Yes, that 56, but the bandwidth is still the same basically on them. Uh, 9060 XT, 320. And 5060 has 448. So 5060 still wins. And it does. The 6700 XT compares to it. Again, the 8 PCIe lanes is not the end of all, right? It's not what people need to realize. 8 PCIe lanes is fine. Yeah. Yeah. 320 on the 9060 XT versus the 5060 that has 448 gigabits per second bandwidth. So, but yeah, it's not end of all just because it has 8 PCIe lanes. Put it to a PCIe Gen 3 could cause issues, not major ones, just you're going to lose a lot of performance. PCIe Gen 4, not that bad, but going to Gen 3, there'll be performance losses. One full dust stretch from parts band, some, and no issues, but the broken one looks new. I mean, just because it looks new doesn't mean it is new. What's the cheapest CPU I could use? Not Battle 5060 Ti? I'm thinking. Maybe 11600K, 10600K would be alright. 10600K, I think will work. 11600K should work be a little bit better. That's for Intel. Again, 6-core CPU I'm going with. And then I would say you'll be bottlenecked by the 5600. You will be bottlenecked. Even the X. You probably need like a 5950 for AMD to not bottleneck it. I think it would work all right with the 5800X 3D, but I think in some cases it's gonna bottleneck it. You'd have to be around there though. Because if you go with, let's say, for small form, but you can even go 12th gen. You can even go 12th gen. So that way it's even newer, but it's still not as new as the 7000, but 12th gen. So you can go with like 12600K. Wouldn't bottleneck it. That way it's a bit newer as well. Then you can either go onto different platforms, DDR4 or DDR5, is right. So then you can change that up as well, save some money with the RAM, save some money on the motherboard. And then you can get 12600K is very cheap. They're very easy to cool. 11th gen though, bit more to cool them. They're just really small dies and high wattage, not super high wattage, but they're toasty. The 12600Ks not toasty. They're not toasty. Very easy to cool. 7000 series, if you're doing like the 7600, then it shouldn't be too bad to cool. But anything besides that, it's a little bit toastier. Yep, that's what you gotta look at that way as well. And then like 11th gen and 10th gen motherboards are not cheap still. Like it's not like the prices have really come down on them, unfortunately. 12th gen, 13th, and 14th gen motherboards have come down quite a bit. DDR4 is very cheap for the motherboards, very cheap for them. LJ 1700, very cheap. For AM5, not so cheap. Not so cheap, but I mean, you can get some cheaper boards, but not gonna be as good for the same quality, or the price for the same qualities could be higher on AMD, unfortunately for AM5. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is right now. And the prices aren't getting any better right now. You gotta remember, prices are not getting any better anytime soon. So 9600 is probably the best choice when you really consider everything, only about $100 more to build it over the DDR4 platform. Yep. I mean, 7600 because you can get cheaper and it's still DDR5 and it wouldn't cost you as much for right around the same performance. Yeah, the GPU market's actually terrible. CPU market's terrible. RAM market's terrible. Motherboard's terrible. PC case is terrible. Power supplies are. I haven't really seen a whole lot of fluctuation on the power supplies. The prices are fairly close to what I've been seeing over the past few years. So now, no changes right now in the power supplies, but that's probably going to change as well. Because you got to remember, there's a lot of copper and components in them, so. Oh yeah, that's, thank you tariffs. Thank you tariffs. Yeah. Yep, CPU combos have been, I mean, it's not like the prices are great. It's just they're CPU combos, and you can find the combo for like not much more than actually getting the certain product that you're looking for. So it's good to go after the combos, and that's kind of like a marketing scheme there. That's a marketing thing right there, buddy. 9600X is going to be what makes people happy. Yeah. It's 7000 series is the same. You can upgrade it. It's AM5 as well. 7000 series is up. Same thing. Still AM5 there, buddy. And paychecks are taking me years to go, but everything else goes up in a month or less. Yeah. There are some. The prices of AMD right now are wild. The prices are wild. 7600 I saw on Amazon, 465 Canadian. Oh, they don't have them anymore. There's no more features, so apparently they're sold out now. It's around the price though. Let's see what we got here. 300 Best Buy. This is just a 7600. Oh no, sorry, price is actually because maybe it's I was looking at the wrong one. The 7600 though, $270 Canadian, so you should be able to find it cheaper. Some places are selling at absurd prices though. Like we're talking $500. Holy, wild. Everything is hooked up, but my PC isn't showing on the monitor. Can you help me? I can help you. Keeps blinking. Are you sure you hooked up the power button correctly? Something's not plugged in all the way. Check your RAM. So unclip your RAM. Clip it all back in. It's a connection issue. It means check over your connections. Unplug your GPU, plug it back in. The CPU power, plug that in. 24 pin to the motherboard, plug that back in. Make sure you plug everything back in. Check the power supply to make sure if you have a modular power supply that all the connections are put in and in the correct spots. Sounds like it's a connection issue though. Pretty sure the 9600X almost the same price. No, 9600X. And that's 90. That's the 7600 I was saying. Best Buy 320 Canadian. Everywhere else that I'm seeing is, and that's the 9600, $456. Best Buy 320, and the 76. I actually even have it around. Best Buy $300. Yeah, just it's $20 more for the 9600X. $20 more, so not bad. Not just because it has RGB shown does not mean it's plugged in all the way. Yes, you can send me a video on the Discord in the link description there, buddy, and I'll help you out for sure. But it sounds like a connection problem. It's not too many reasons why the actual power button blinks, but yes. Power connection sounds like. Yeah, for $20 more for the 9600X, not bad. Versus the 7600X, not bad. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, extra $20 for 9600X. Why not? Imagine that they're showing a red flashing light. Some motherboards can be red light, no problem. Mine does a red flashing light, and then it'll go to a solid red light when everything's good. And then you'll see AO on the actual code readout, and it boots up. Some motherboards, it's an orange light that's no good. Some motherboards, it's a orange-red light. Sometimes it's a red light that's a bad one. Sometimes it's a green one that shows that it's good. There's so many. It's a lot of various sequences and all that. I just want a green light, please. You see the vid I sent? No, I have not yet. One sec. Was a recommended the 7600X, noticed the 9600X, then talked himself into 9900X, and now I'm at the 9700X. Why did you downgrade? I mean, there's various reasons, but still. There's no red light at all on your motherboard? Yeah, that's some motherboards don't even have a light for it. Seems like you have a cable issue. Also, what CPU is this? Because if you don't have an iGPU built into it, then you're going to need a graphics card for a display. Oh, okay. No problem then. It looks like you have some sort of cable issue. It really does. Yeah, if you had it on mute and I still heard that burp in the UK. Gotta love my Pepsi. Who are worse, Pokemon card scalpers or GPU scalpers? I can't tell you that one because they're both horrible. Single core performance and price. Literally built in for Skyrim. I mean, if you want single core performance, you go with Intel. And price, you'd go with Intel. You wouldn't go with AMD. Yeah. Intel has way better single core performance. Plus gives you more cores if you actually do need the cores. Yeah, definitely GPU scalpers. Pokemon is supposedly Skyrim and VR is heavy CPU and single core. Yeah, single core performance. I don't know. There's no single core performance in games though. Because you, no matter what. Why doesn't that look like it's plugged into the right spot? It doesn't look like it's plugged in the right spot. Am I wrong on that? Evening, Zeggy. But yeah, single core performance is Intel. You want Intel for single core performance. Way better. No, maybe I'm wrong on that. What motherboard is that? What motherboard is that? AYW. You should check to see if your connections, though, for like your GPU, CPU, and all that are done right. That just in case you didn't actually tug on it and it pulled it out a bit. So it's an Asus board. I mean, it does look like it's hooked up right. It's just I'm not sure about your other connectors. Single cores, yep. It's where Intel comes into play. More performance for those style of games. Higher core clocks generally too. Same 1% lows, yep. It just gives you a higher average. Make sure you check your RAM. So unplug your RAM, plug your RAM back in. Let me take a look at the RAM, make sure you put the RAM in the right slots here. Now your RAM sticks right beside each other, or you actually have them spread out to channel A. But check your connections on everything. Make sure the connections, your power, your GPU, your CPU, make sure everything's all good. A2 and A4? Okay, yep, that's correct. It's hard to tell from the side video that you have there. But check your... I know there's no GPU in it, but I mean, check all your connections. Oh, wait, Z7... I mean, Z790 should be good for it. There's no guarantee you didn't do a BIOS update, right? Yeah, I probably do have to do some comparing. Yeah, Intel has better single core performance than AMD. And in some cases, multi as well. Some cases, though. For 1080p, 1440p, the X3Ds are better for average frame rates, higher frame rates. But the 1% lows are still the same as Intel. No, everything is plugged in good because I checked. I mean, check again. Did you check the power supply? That just in case they didn't pull on the power supply cables, that they might have unhooked a bit. Are they hooked into the correct plugs? I learned Nvidia is best for VR. Quest 3. I do believe it is true, yeah. For the new GPUs, they use the same encoders, so there shouldn't be much of a difference. Yeah, the only thing that makes the 9600X appealing at all is the extremely low wattage. Yeah. Has decent wattage on it. Now where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, don't tell me you're underneath the cover. It's hot in here. It's just a light on the case, so everything else has worked perfectly fine. It's showing something's off. I mean, it powers on, everything works just fine. It's just weird that the power is flashing. The power light is flashing. Oh, over there. I was wondering where you went. I was wondering. Yeah. What you doing? Do whatever you want. Yeah, if everything's working fine, that's good. But I just don't get why the light's flashing. Maybe it's flashing because you don't have a GPU in. I don't know why it's flashing. Hard drive or SSD? Have you checked to see if it has a hard drive or SSD plugged into it? Hub. You put in SSD, everything boots up, works proper. What? What? It doesn't boot. You said it's just light on the case, so everything works perfectly fine. And so you have a thermal right AIO behind you? What? What? Where? How about the custom water loop? That's custom water loop, not an AIO. It's a custom water loop. No, that's a custom water loop. I don't have a thermal right AIO. I have Deep Cool, Castle 360EX, another older one that's only a single 120 mil. Castle 360EX is a 360 mil. I have multiple custom water loops, and the only thermalite that I have really for coolers are the Peerless Assassin 120 SE and the Assassin 120 SE. It's all good, man. But no, I don't know if they have. I mean, you should be able to top mount them, no problem. Turn the computer off, make sure it's seated. Yeah, make sure everything's seated and put in proper. SSD. So with the Lian Li fans, if you're having that flashing light power button, it's SSD or hard drive that could be the issue. Are you sure that you plugged in the connectors into the power supply correctly? Are you sure that the SSD is plugged in right? Yes, really. That's why I'm saying check your connections, because that can be a thing. I'm not saying you did it wrong. I'm saying it happens. Yes, the storage. That's why I'm saying check all your connections. But that's one of the reasons why the power button on those cases do that. Is the hard drive SSD is not connected properly. Or connected. That's why it flashes. Beep, 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 beep. What you doing, Gabby? You gotta sniff everything? Yeah, I'm not saying you did it bad. It's just, it happens. It happens to everyone. It's not, it just happens, man. No. So check your connections, make sure they're all plugged in properly, that you have the actual proper connector plugged into the power supply correctly. Make sure the SSD is plugged in correctly. It doesn't matter about your SSD, what it is. I mean, SSD could be bad, but let me take a look again. Yeah, check your connections on it. Just check your connections, man. Everything looks good. Just check your connections. Check them. Check them over. Check them again. Sometimes you gotta spit on that thing. Ha! Looks bent. that's 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 not good. That's that's not good. I think on Intel CPUs are allowed to be bent. No, they're not even supposed to be bent. No CPU is technically supposed to be bent. Just some IHS that are just terrible. Oh my god. You didn't use a standoff for your NVMe drive, dude. Oh my god. I'm showing them. I'm showing them. So, for this, there's standoffs that screw into that, and then you screw in, then you screw it in. So that way it has a standoff. That's rough. Oh, Bendy. Oh, Bendy is right. Yeah, little piece of plastic or metal. Yeah, and if you put the spacer, unplug it, power everything down first. No, not any piece of plastic. It will come with the motherboard. It will come with the motherboard. If not, you might have to order one. Yeah, because some motherboards require it. That's that's rough though. I mean, it should still maybe work, hopefully. I mean, if you give me a second here, I can show you. I don't think my SSD comes. Not your SSD, it'll be your motherboard. So it's this thing. Mine's a metal one on this board. So. Ow! That was really rough. So, get the screw out here. So you got the screw, right? You got the screw. Focus. So you got the screw, right? You got the screw. And you got Oh, God. So I got the screw. Now, on motherboards, zoom in on this. So you got a little standoff that's on the actual motherboard, right? Then you got one of these standoffs, extenders. So that way, since you're using M.2 that's really high, and there's no actual padding underneath, you'll have one of these bad boys. And that will screw into here to give it some height. The height. Yeah, you can get them very cheap. Yeah, the parts come with the motherboard. And then, if you give me another second, I'll show you with an SSD. NVMe. An NVMe. Right? Something like yours, but just pretty bare. This is a Crucial, I think. So, take this bad boy. It is very easy, those parts. They come in a little small package, and there's only a few things in the package. So we're going to take this, right? There's the M.2 here. We're going to do a little bit of an angle dangle. A little angle dangle, and then a little bit of a wiggle push into it. Oh, little bam. And now we got that standoff, so we don't get no flexi fix. See how it's nice and flat, and then I can screw that in. And this motherboard is a 3rd gen Intel, by the way. One of the first ones to come out with this. And that's how long they've been using this kind of standoff for. A very long time. We're talking 12 years. 13 years. Well, bam. Now it's all screwed in, and there's no bendy bend. What do you know? The more you know. No bendy bend. Who's selling me a 50 cent for a good price? Good luck, buddy. I mean, you can go to Best Buy. They will. Not bad prices. Depending on the model, of course. Best Buy, Micro Center. If you have that, Canada Computers isn't half bad. Best prices in Canada that I've been seeing though is literally Best Buy though. Go and put the M.2 back in there because I don't need to use it in that. Voila. And there you go. That's what you're looking for. That little metal standoff. The pad? What do you mean pad? The standoff? Oh, only if your motherboard has the pads on it. But the standoff will be on the board anyways. But you just unscrew it. Unscrew it. Boom. Unscrew it. Screw it in. Well, bam. Done. It's right there. And then there's the one beside it for smaller M.2. There's another one. We just screwed in. A micrometer. A micrometer. Micro center. Yeah, I mean, Canada here, we don't have that. Oh, that's a pad. That's a pad. You still need the standoff. You still need the standoff. That's just a pad. And you're gonna lay that in on a flat spot on the motherboard. It'll stick. $260. I mean, it's about that for me too to go to States for me. Canada here, it's far. Walmart had PN 550, but sold before even tonight. Yeah, probably. And people will be picking those up pretty fast at that place. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man. I know what you're. I know what you mean. Voilà. Yeah. But he didn't make the mistake. The phone made the mistake. Darn you, phone. There was a money issue. Just bought a crap ton of. Yeah, no doubt. Should be able to find them around that price. I'm saying should. Doesn't mean you will. This is the IC to give out has more VRAM than 50%, I think. Better for VR. In a way, yeah, it would be better, especially for future proofing for it. If you're gonna be if you like VR and gonna be sticking with VR, having 16 gigs will more future proof it more. Not saying it's gonna future proof it, but longer longevity. Yeah, 128 versus 192. 192 is gonna be better for a lot of things. Having more VRAM is gonna be better for a lot of things. More ROPs on the 5070 Ti. So I mean, it's gonna be better performance for the 5070 Ti. Yeah, it's gonna be more money though, unfortunately, right? It's just the way it goes, but it'll last you longer. You don't really need 16, but for longevity, 16 will last longer if you don't like to buy new products every year or every other year. It might last you 3 to 5 years instead of you having to buy another graphics card later on. You do need a lot of RAM. That's why the 1080 Ti, when it came out, was the card to do VR because it had 11 gigabytes of VRAM. Unless you wanted to get a Titan with 12. You do, you do. $750. Should be able to find them around that price. Should. I'm saying should. The prices right now of things are wild. Not just PC components, but a lot of things. Is ideal, yeah. But I'm saying for future proofing. Yeah, I know it's insane right now. It's absolutely wild. Wild the prices right now stuff. It is. I hear you, man. Trust me, in Canada here, things are very expensive right now. And not gonna get any better, unfortunately. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you. It's the world we live in right now, though. So take it or leave it. PSN would probably be much better for VR. Wouldn't be much better for VR. For price wise, that's 128 for lower end cars, lower end. So still bugging. Have you checked all the connections, SSD? Do you have Windows installed on the SSD, or is it a blank SSD? Have you installed the Windows onto it? Have you gone into the BIOS and checked to see if everything's like enabled? Turn on the PC and hit delete really fast. See if you can get into the BIOS. Are you sure it doesn't go into BIOS? Yeah, I would just wait till you have the extra money and get the 5070. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, there's ways to figure it out. It's just go with a higher end card, higher bit bus width, more VRAM, more ROPs, texture mapping units as well, and ray tracing cores if the VR has ray tracing, which I do believe some have it. So you gotta want a higher end card, something that's gonna last you a long time. If you do not upgrade your card every year or every other year, you're gonna want the 16 gigabytes versus the 12. How often are you gonna be doing it? Is it gonna be worth the investment into getting the higher end graphics card? There's a lot to think about. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Faster? I mean, I don't want to say it, but not good. I think something you might have broke it, but also like I don't know. Have you? Is there even Windows installed on the SSD? Are you sure you can't get into the BIOS? It's hard for me to tell unless you do like a live feed to go through things to make sure you're doing it all the right way to rule out stuff. Because you want to make sure you can rule out the issues. In that video call, we have a voice chat in the, well, voice chat, video chat in the Discord. Oh, the drive issue, yeah. There's a lot of issues that could be for that, unfortunately. Yeah, some of the PCs fairly easy to do. But then, even though it's easy, you could accidentally pull a cable out. You could actually do a few things like that. What? No. That's why we have a Discord channel, though. Setting up does suck. Once you do a few of them, it's pretty quick, though, but you gotta make sure you're setting it up, getting rid of all the bloatware, too, anything like that. Know what the setup? Yeah. Yep, Nvidia might not be making GPUs for gamers anymore. That is correct there, Mo. For single core performance, AMD has not beaten Intel yet, unfortunately. Latency, Intel still wins unless you go to like the Ultra 200 series. Then the latency is not good. But that's Intel's first try at the tile style CPUs to help cost in other manufacturing processes. But with their new CPUs, they're going to be coming out with the 300s instead of like the Core Ultra 200s, going to be the 300s. They're hoping to fix that issue. All right, you're all done that? Unfortunately.
Hard drive.
Yeah,
Should I
it's
try
all
another
set.
slot, maybe?
I mean, do you have SATA connector that you can plug a SATA cable in with an actual SSD or hard drive?
Well, I can try the NVMe in a different slot. That could work.
True. Sometimes you have to go onto the lower slot, not the bottom, but like the middle there.
Yeah.
The one that's
Yeah,
closest to the CPU is generally for the higher gen. It's closer to the CPU for latency and that, but sometimes you have to go into the BIOS beforehand to even get it to work.
so I should try the middle one, okay.
Try the middle one, yeah. It could work.
Yeah.
How's it going, Z? Yeah, definitely check on the Intel CPUs. Again, Intel CPUs do have a better single core performance. AMD's catching up, but still hasn't beat it. Especially price to performance that way too. What happened to sound? We have the sound. I was just chatting with someone trying to get his PC working again. It doesn't get for the money since I have to pay so much for the damn card. Yeah, I hear you on that there. I hear you. Yep, I seen that. Nvidia is not going to be making graphics cards for gamers anymore. And apparently AMD's coming out with a 9080 XT. Still don't believe that. Green screen. That's never good. Multiple issues for green screens, to be honest. You'll go B580 on VR through desktops. I mean, it's not gonna give you the performance. I mean, it's still alright, like still 12 gig, but I mean, yeah, you could save a lot of money on the card for sure. I mean, if you think it's gonna work good enough for you for what you do, I'm not sure how much actual power you need, throughput power that you need for Skyrim VR. How you making out?
I'm ready to try it now. It should work.
Hopefully.
Yeah, let's see. Oh. I didn't even unplug it. Oh shit. That's crazy that I just put an SSD in when I was plugged in.
I mean, it's not a big deal. You did power it down, hopefully, right? I mean, you technically can do it. If you do it right, there's no issues. I mean, when I do my overclocking, I don't turn the power off at all when I switch over the RAM. I pop out the RAM really quick and properly, and then I plug it back in, then I turn it off, turn it back on. So that way it can do a faster boot. As long as you do stuff proper, it's not gonna. Nah, same thing.
Right. You sure that Lian Lee, like, where do you read that it's at the SSD is from?
From forum. See?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man, do you think, how would I know that my SSD is bad? Like,
You'd have to try it in another PC. But yeah, if flashing light bothers you, well, typically indicates drive activity, hard drive or SSD. It's not related to computer's overall functionality, usually doesn't require any action. If the flashing light bothers you, you can disconnect it, but they can also do it as in causing an issue. System, you can disable, I mean, have you held it on long enough? Have you plugged it in? Is there HDMI or DP plugged into monitor right now?
yeah, HDMI.
And nothing?
No, I could try another HDMI maybe. But...
Wait, is the monitor on?
yeah, it is on. It just doesn't display anything. It was on, it just shows, like, no display.
How big's the power supply on it?
It's 850 watt.
It should be fine. Odd.
I don't think I've ever, like, built a PC without it having, like, a problem. Like, it's always something that's bugging.
Something, always something.
I mean, the second PC I built was, like, pretty quick. It was just that I didn't put enough thermal paste or something, or, like, I had to clean it and put it back again. That was easy to fix.
Yeah, mounting pressure could be something too. I mean, it happens all the time.
Should I try maybe another hard drive? Because that's not even a hard drive. That's like from a MacBook.
Yeah, it's sometimes, and again, sometimes those work, sometimes they don't. Like if you don't have actual operating system on it. And sometimes you have to go into the BIOS to even enable it to run that way.
Right.
The only thing I can really say is check the power supply cables on the actual power supply. Make sure they're plugged in all the way.
But I mean, everything's working though, like the motherboard, like the.
Yeah,
Maybe, like,
let's
another
say the
backpack.
connections aren't perfect though. It could be so it'll seem like it's working, but it's actually not.
Do you think I should unplug the motherboard cable and plug it back in?
And check the power supply though. Make sure the cables are plugged in all the way. Push them in again. Like turn it all off.
Do you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you? Make sure like it's in the right one, like the right slot.
That would be good too.
Okay.
Hopefully you're not feeding the CPU the wrong voltage. That would not be good. But you can mix them up. Some modular power supplies are fairly similar from the CPU and GPU.
Right.
Good evening, Jason.
Alright. Show you. So I have the SATA cables everywhere. That was a bit, like, the CPU was a bit.
That can happen. Make sure they're plugged in all the way. It's a good thing. The 24 pin is.
For the CPU to go.
Yeah.
You see how it says CPU?
Yeah, there will be.
CPU in the.
Yeah, because just in case you need it.
But do you think it's fine in the front like that?
6 plus 2. That's all you need, right? That's what your motherboard has.
Just make sure the motherboard one's good.
Yeah, make sure you push them in all the way, just to make sure.
Yeah. Just unplug the motherboard one, replug it in.
And then check the CPU top one with the actual CPU power. See how it's slightly on the angle on that one? Yeah. There, it's just yeah, make sure they're just plugged in all the way. It looks like they are.
Okay. I'll just power it on now. It does that too, where it like shows the NZXT logo and then it's just like goes black before it even shows it. I don't know if that's normal, but like I'll show you what I mean.
The AIO.
Yeah. I don't think you saw it. Did you see that? The NZXT like popping up
No, I didn't even see it.
on the. I don't know. It's nothing showing anymore. Maybe it's.
There we go.
Yeah, it's so fucked. Maybe if I use this, see this one out, that's out, maybe I have to use that one instead of the other one. It's being used.
Yeah, try it. Maybe switch over that CPU to the other CPU side though as well. See if that helps.
Right.
Because your motherboard's an 8+4, which is an odd combo for a motherboard. Generally, they're 8+8, 8 or 8+6, not 8+4. But I mean,
try it now.
Yeah, Gen 5. You don't really need Gen 5. The speeds are fast.
Like, it's like it gives me confidence for a second, and then it just
I saw
screws.
that, yeah. No, I saw that.
God damn, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it could be. Can you try different HDMI cables? Make sure it's all plugged in right. Make sure it's on the right. It's on HDMI, not DP on the actual monitor. Because it does, everything seems like it's working. It's just, for some reason, not showing you anything. Because it looks like it's all working fine.
It's not even a display port though on my motherboard, but I'd rather use a display port.
Is there a display port on it, or is it just HDMI?
There
There isn't?
isn't, but that's what comes with my monitor.
Ah,
There isn't display port for the motherboard.
gotcha.
I'll try another HDMI.
Well, I gotta head out quickly here. I'll be back in like maybe 15, 20 minutes max. Store quickly before it closes. Yeah, it won't be long. It won't be long. Just gotta leave the stream going. Won't be long here. Have a good one, Rom. Yeah, so I'll be back in a minute here. Message me in the YouTube. I'll check the YouTube chat there, bud. I gotta go before the store closes here. All right. Not bad. Store I went to was closed. Had to go to a different one. Ah, what a walk. What a walk. Brutal. No, that should have been way quicker. Walked all the way down one way. Store was closed. Had to walk all the way back up over a kilometer to the next one. By Toronto. Not Toronto, though. But I don't know. I got myself some jalapeno Doritos. And some cream and sugar for my coffee tomorrow. I walk really fast. Yeah, I walk really fast. Yeah, it's only Doritos I really like. Nacho's not bad, but I prefer the jalapeno. I don't like the sweet heat. I like the only spice. I don't like walking either because I walk fast too. Brutal, man. Actually brutal. Sorry for the wait, you guys. Mostly you guys kept yourselves busy though. Ooh, actually that sounds pretty good. I could do that too. That sounds pretty good. Never even thought about doing it that way. That sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I was thinking about pizza tomorrow, but I think I'll do maybe something like that. That sounds pretty good. It's cooling down outside, but still really hot in here. And you got some good salsa too? I don't have salsa. I don't have salsa. Maybe I'll grab some salsa tomorrow. We'll see. You have to do that. You can have regular. You can never have regular. Yeah. Intel better single core yet? You don't need spacers. You don't need spacers. But yeah, it can help for some coolers. You got that right, Z. PC life is awesome. Remember, people on Facebook are really usually friendly. Yeah, yeah. See what the best deal is offered. They'll last. They're asking already. Good deal. Yeah, if it's already a good deal. See, I'm one of those people that literally do the really good deals, and I'm not budging from the deal. It's like that is final offer. That's literally $200 less than what you would buy off of eBay kind of deal. And you're trying to ask for less. I'm sorry. It's like it's not gonna happen. Like the 37K 40 deal for the 100 was still offering 900. Yeah. Yep, you can still do that. Some people will take it, no problem. Yeah, some people ask regardless, but I always put it in the price is final, and usually within the same day or next day it's sold anyways for PC hardware, because whenever I do get rid of stuff, it's sold at a really good price. I'm not trying to hassle anybody. I'm trying to help out people that are trying to buy something, upgrade their systems, or give them components that maybe they need for their next build very cheap. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And my deals that I give people are just, there's no haggle. The price is set because it's cheap. And that's what I try to do for people. I try to be as good as I can for the prices. So I'm not trying to make money. I'm not making money off these prices. It's literally, I'm losing money no matter what because I bought it for way more. And I could sell it on eBay for more, but I just don't want to take the time to do that. So Facebook Marketplace works good. Kijiji as well. I don't do that. If they know what they're buying into or already searched up components like that, they know it's a good deal. I don't take that kind of time. Just because the price is so cheap anyways. Not wasting more of my time. I hear you though, the board. I probably should do something like that. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm cranky. I'm cranky. Yeah, I'm cranky. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. I think you wanted to buy these parts, but sell it for 20 so it says 3200 slash and then yep. I hear you there, Born. I hear you. Yeah, I see tons of people selling stuff like literally what $50 less than new. Sorry, I would spend $50 more for new. Sorry, it's like you're $50 less and it's used. No, thank you. Usually when I'm selling stuff used, it's like half price or less than half price for single components, not full components, full PC builds, because it takes time to build it and stuff like that. A lot that goes into that. Yeah. Literally all I see. Yep. I just try to sell stuff quick if I'm gonna sell stuff, especially if I'm not gonna use it again. A lot of my components that you might see in the background and that stuff I won't be selling anytime soon because I need it. But years ago, I used to buy like doubles of stuff all the time when I had money. I used to just sell or buy stuff, doubles of stuff, just in case I wanted to build a computer for full computer for people to use for a bit or stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, well, don't have the time to do that, or something for next year. Next year, maybe I'll just build something better than what I had planned. So I just sell the extra components. No way to build half. I know I hear you there, boy. I hear you. Yeah, 70% off, 70% of full price. That's really good. Yep, other things to buy. I hear you. Yeah, not a lot of people do sell at that kind of price, but I do all the time. 8700K I sold at the time. I could have sold it for over $200. Over $200 for 8700K. I sold it for 75. With the motherboard, it was $175. I sold the motherboard for $100. A Z390 motherboard for $100. Combo. Yeah. Motherboard was $150 new. The guy needed a PC. He wanted to upgrade his PC. He had an older PC. I was like, okay, well, I right now I'm selling this because he messaged me and say, well, right now I'm selling this. I can sell it for $75 for the CPU, $100 for the motherboard. And he's like, can I get my girlfriend to pick that up tomorrow after she's done work? I'm like, yeah, sure, pick up whenever you want. It's yours. If you need it and looking for a cheap PC build, it'll work good. He's like, yeah, I already know the specs. This will work really good for what I need. Like, yeah, hopefully. That was actually a really good A700K I sold too. Did 5.2 gigahertz really easily on it. Really easily. Sold 700 C with the first for 1200. Some brand new ones. So I felt 1200 is fair. Yeah, I hear you. Yep. You gotta think about what fair prices are. There are some consoles, some cheap to college kids and some close, and it's not stuff I'm looking to get 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're trying to, and plus people need to save money where they can save money, and if they're trying to, get, better themselves and or go through school and that, yeah, save money, but they also want to have some sort of fun on their free time, right? So being one of those good guys that sell stuff cheap is nice. Not everyone does it, unfortunately. Are you trying? Yeah, exactly. And it's gonna go to a good home for someone, and then they can sell it cheap too to someone that might need it later on if they ever do sell it. Probably give a card to kid for the time 40. That's a pretty good deal. Exactly. Yep. I hear you there. I hear you. Gives joy to them and joy to me when I do it. Still? Yeah. Generally and genuinely. Both can work for that. Yeah, Hyundai's were, yeah, I mean, they're fairly reliable for cheap cars. Can't complain about them, really. Saying fairly reliable. Achieve and be fast and end up giving the RV to my brother. I have to spend. Fix it up here. You can have it. Why? Yeah, I hear you. I'm too broke to build a new computer because I keep buying older stuff so that way I can stay on top of the best overclockers in the world. I want to stay with them. So I have to buy old hardware all the time. And I don't sell. Well, I don't sell a lot of my stuff. Yeah, it's a neat place to live and you gave him one. Yep, I do PC stuff. That's all I do. I was born and raised out in the country though. Hunt, fished, four-wheeled, snowmobiled, dirt biked, snowboarded, all my life fishing, you know. Did all that stuff, but now I do PC stuff. I've been doing PC stuff for a very long time. I used to take apart stuff all the time. Took apart PCs when I was younger. I mean, really young. And yeah. Yep, you can do liquid nitrogen or you can just start off with dry ice because it's not as finicky. Liquid nitrogen is very finicky and you have to really be careful. Might do dry ice next month. Maybe sometime this month. I kind of want to do some dry ice for the upcoming competition. I don't do liquid nitrogen right now. I'm trying to stay in the same category that I'm in, which is up to dry ice. I do chilled water loops, so like negative 25, negative 30 loops. Or 10 easy, yeah. I mean, RVs are not cheap. Yeah, liquid nitrogen, it's not easy to do. It's very, very finicky. It gets cold, but it doesn't get that cold. And then you need a lot of it when it wouldn't work that good. I just like building new. I like building new. I mean, new, old as well, but it's okay to, it's alright to fix stuff up like new, but well, I mean, custom new. I do custom work. What do you mean it's not as satisfying? It takes just as long or longer. It can be very satisfying to build new. You can build new old. Make it look old, but make it new. I like doing custom, though. I like doing custom work. Paint's not fun. Tuning is actually kind of fun. Yep. And I have a lot of tools. I used to have a lot more tools. I had a lot of tools stolen from me over the past few years. A lot of tools. Way out of your league? I like working on cars. Trucks. Nothing too crazy, but it's crazy. Yeah, I hear you there. Like I said, I would like to. My next thing I would like to do is get some aluminum to build my custom DAS the way I want it. Make it all nice and custom instead of like. And it still made it custom out of a small PC case. I mean, small form factor PC case, but I want to make it out of aluminum. It's gonna cost a little bit of money. Yep. It's over the years you start just wow, especially when I've had a lot of trade jobs and custom jobs. Just yeah, you need a lot of tools. Need some knowledge. You don't need a lot of knowledge. You just need some knowledge and some time, and sometimes some money. Sometimes some money. Already worry too much as it is. 732 at the wheels weighs 2,000 pounds. Wow. Sounds like the Honda Civics I used to work on with my buddies back in the day. 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower Honda Civics. It's just wild. You're not going up in height. Okay, so I don't care for heights. My dad actually got me over heights when I worked with him doing duct work. And I had shaky legs. He put a pair of needle nose vice grips on the back of my leg. Just pinched my skin in the back of my leg. They clamped it to the back of my leg. And yeah, stop shaking. Stop shaking real quick. Because I wanted to get that ductwork put into place. It was 120 pounds of ductwork on a 12-foot ladder. Stop shaking, though. Yeah, what kind of car? Yeah, because yeah, you need to do frame welding too. 240SX, nice. Yeah, you need to do framework once you start going 1,000 horsepower. You gotta do some framework. You'll twist up that car so fast. Unibody, isn't it? 240SX? Yeah, it is a unibody. I know some car stuff. Yeah, it is unibody. You'll twist up real fast. Popping the hood, yeah, you're twisting it. You're twisting it up even with that horsepower, unfortunately. I'm too old for that stuff now. Oh, of course it's gonna hit the traction control. You shouldn't even have traction control on. You should get it right off. Like, turn it right off. Yeah, you should be able to completely disable the traction. Because some traction controls still enable a little bit even if you disable them. But you can get rid of the traction control right off of it. Yep. Yeah, even still, probably would be hard to get traction, all-wheel drive. Something that only weighs 2,000 pounds. Yeah, you're gonna need a tranny that would actually work proper for it too. They'll go fast. No need for that danger. 160, it's pretty fast. Yeah, they did that in my Volkswagen diesel as well. Only in 5th, never needed to go into 6th. Did you have do you still have a governor on it? Yeah, I had a diesel Volkswagen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are nice. I had a Golf. I had a Golf Sport Wagon. No, it wasn't regular Golf. It was basically a long Golf. Still a nice lowrider though. Diesel. I had the Wolfsburg edition, made in Germany, shipped over. Mm. They're fun. They're not as bad as what people think. There is not a lot of room in engine bay, but they're not as bad as what people say for fixing them up. Yeah. Yeah, everyone kept telling me, is that a Jetta? Is that a Jetta? It's not a Jetta. It was a Golf sport wagon. Everyone kept trying to tell me it was a Jetta. No, it's not a Jetta. Yeah, mine had a Stage 3 turbo kit in it. It made some serious foot-pounds. Only 210 horsepower, but over 500 foot-pound of torque. That's decent. It was the car I got. It was made in Germany and shipped over. The original owner was an old couple that did that. They are pretty clean cars. Yeah. It's a Jetta. It's not a Jetta. It's a Golf. Sport wagon. I know, it's like a... When I beat my hairdresser car, the Hyundai Tiburon, that was a fun car. Especially when I stripped out everything out of it and it weighed 1,900 pounds around there. So it was a fun car, but when I went to the manual diesel, oh my god. So fun. Start off in second gear. Burn tires, third and fourth gears. Go up to 120 kilometers an hour. 120, just over 120 kilometers an hour in third gear. It was 6 gears. No, fun does not need that. I mean, I had fun in the Hyundai Tiburon that I had, just going around those really sharp bends in that. Did that with go against Porsches and stuff like that. It was really fun. I mean, they would beat me and then catch up and then we'd go again. That was really fun, but that was the only time those were fun. Straightaways though, holy, diesel is a different category. Yeah, mine had 135,000 kilometers, not even miles, not even broken in. VTEC is good. Yep. That's generally transmission though. The old preludes, yeah. They're heavy though, those old preludes. They're pretty heavy. Can't lose to a stock Mustang. They also weigh a lot still. They got different gearings now. They got the automatics are crazy in them. Automatic transmissions are crazy in them. Yeah, they are tight. Yeah. It still had a high horsepower to weight ratio. Eh, not really. Don't they weigh like 4,200, 4,400 pounds? Yeah. Nothing wrong with Honda, especially get the VTECs and tune them up. Pretty wild. What up, Ali? I'm not a PC case guy, buddy. I am not a PC case guy. PC hardware, yeah. I mean, all CPUs, all GPUs, all RAM kits, motherboards, I'll let you know. But PC cases, it's up to you. If it fits the components you want and it has RGB or not, I don't care about RGB, so it's up to you on that. If it looks good, it fits all your components, does what you need, I say get it. 26, no, I'd be 2,600. No, kilograms I'd be. How much does Mustang 2024 weigh? Like 4,000 pounds. 4,000 pounds, dude. They weigh 4,000. Oh, the Prelude. Yeah, no, the Preludes were 28 to 3,000 pounds around there, weren't they? Yeah, the muscle cars are. Yeah, they were heavy. They're still heavy. The 2024 is pretty heavy still. You get the manual, it weighs even more. And that's with no one inside of it. The Prelude though. Yeah, 3,000 pounds. Some models, 3,000 pounds. Yup. Some weighed over 3,000. Then you got certain models that were 2,200 to 2,800, but some models were over 3,000 pounds for the Preludes. Yeah, they were heavy. Yo, what's up, Debatron? Yeah, when Civic got bloated, yeah. No doubt, buddy. No doubt. How goes your night there, Davatron? There's more, yeah, there is motorcycles that weigh that much. Wow, eh? I'm doing pretty good, man. And 2 EKs. Holy. EG for life. 10 years, wow. You have one in the, like, one at 5,000? Holy. Really? Wild. And worth like 600 then. You're asking for a little much there, Boren. Ooh. I mean, the Dodge Darts were nice cars back in the day. I don't care the way they look anymore. Yeah, 6,500 could get you a decent car. Good luck nowadays. It's like 5 pounds. So most of the time. Yeah, I hear you there, Boren. Straight six engines last a long time too. That's why I always like the straight six. And yeah, and some engines aren't even broken in until after 50,000, 100,000 or plus. And paid for is better than not paid for, right? Yep. I hear you, buddy. Ugh. Speaking of new socks, I need to get socks, but my socks will last a bit longer, I think. I'll do the same. I haven't bought a console in 15 years. In like 15 years. No, thank you. No consoles. Only PCs. Yeah, why two though? Yeah, I guess you got a point there. Not sure. Never had them. Oh. Of course I got a break. Of course. Everything's got a break. But only one word? Ah. I haven't really had much issues with the hardware that I've bought. Done for, basically. You drop it on the ground. I mean, that's still, back then it's not cheap, right? But right now, holy crap, they're expensive. My opinion. Basically done for. Dunskies. And yeah, if it can happen. Drive's starting to wear out slightly. Run at full speeds and you hit it. Hard vibrations, just wear them out. I hope this is good. Yup. Yeah, that can be warm. So it sucks about, especially the newer stuff. It's warm. EverQuest gear. Jeez, this was a while ago. I had PC. I had maximum PC growing up, guys. I had maximum PC. That's what told me it was good or not. Born. I think we've all been there, he says. It, it took a peek in his PC class. I knew why. It was way too fast. No one was ready. I wasn't ready. No one was. Uh, oh, probably. Yeah, they were really expensive. Was some weed. Speaking of, he says. But you didn't have a movie collection. Wow. Why spend all that extra money? Yeah, it would have been. Oh, I used to help out people with MP3s. How do you put MP3s on? How do you put songs on this here? Well, it's an MP3 player. Some are MP4s that can do video. You turn the download speeds down? Mine was brutal. That about describes the internet. Downloading songs on Pentium with song. Or with the Pentium 3, yeah. Yep. Took a while. Get done. You went to CDs to phones pretty much. Wow. Nah. You never had an MP3? I had an MP3 and an MP4 player. Only when they started becoming cheap, though. And then I got myself an iPod. It's the one where it's a touchscreen. I got myself one of those because I worked at the time in high school. Yep, I had a 1 gig as well. And more than enough for songs I listened to. About, what, 6 albums, 7 albums on it? Not bad. How's it going, Hat Trick? How goes your day, night? Always good to hear, man. In which way? Why do they suck? In what way do they suck? Please let me know your frustration there, Hatrick. What is the issue you're having? What do you mean? How are the BIOSes duds? Please let me know your frustration. D2D, MD, can go past 32? Odd. Very frustrating. So frustrating. But, yeah, I hear you. Still odd. Are you sure it was BIOS? Was it maybe updates? Or what was the actual issue? Do you know? Not ready, but you can still use it. One of the best BIOSes for my Gigabyte boards with a beta. F28B. BIOS he gave you was worse. Odd. Yeah, the older ones generally they just worked before, so They worked before, they still work now. Yeah, AMD or Intel. Mosquito eater. Oh, see, oh yeah, the 265K, right? Yeah. Still odd. Still odd the BIOSes are not working proper. Very, very odd. They are simple. They technically are simple. Views are very simple. Just like the XMP. Most time you can lower the voltage. Even though XMP has it at that, you can lower it. And it's still stable. But I mean, it does simplify things. Of course, there's gonna be people that disagree with that there. They also don't know as much as I do. So, yeah, it's just not that it's not that complicated. It's just being able to figure out issues that's on your system, because not everything is built the same, means manually tuning comes into play. It took me an entire year of kindergarten to learn to tie my shoes. Calm down, buddy. Uh, you tune the primaries? Well, what did you do any of the secondaries? Tutorials? Did you do any of those? Yeah. Were you able to lower the read the reads and read the writes at all? TRFC, or I would like to know what your TRFC is at, and TREFI, TRFI PB, SB, depending on your board. Since ASRock probably is PB. Would like to know those. No, probably not. What were you able to achieve on the primaries? Thank God it stopped. Uh, Turn it on and off, fixes it every time. That's good. That's good, guys. That's good. Oh my God. Have you tried turning it on and off? I mean, sometimes it fixes some issues. And some issues nowadays, the only reason why I would say someone to turn it on and off again is so that way it can go back through the motherboard can go back through the timings to see if maybe something went wrong the first time around. Because sometimes people don't enable don't disable the fast boot, so it will somewhat skip over the timings and then it won't give you proper timings. But that's the only reason why I say that sometimes. Yep, you got that right. Yep. Oh, that's good. Yes, they have. It's either gonna be a hit or done. I had no clue which. Well, you always hoped that it would work. Did you try smacking it? It did work good on old tube TVs. 650 TRC PB 520. That's pretty good. Was 100,000. I mean, you don't need to max it out. Maxing out 250 2005 256,000 maxing it out. But I mean, you can put it to like 65. It's fine. I'm saying for TRFI X9. Yeah, 65. Yep. Yep. 65 535. Yeah, 255. So, and then you can lower that as well. You don't have to have it 255, but 255 is fine. Generally, if you're gonna do max out, you're gonna max out TRFI and TRFI X9, 255 and 25, 250,000, whatever. But you gotta max them out, both. And couches, they make them sectionals now. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to though. It's the thing for gaming and stuff like that. You don't have to max that kind of stuff out. It's more or less for benchmarking and whatnot, not for gaming or anything like that. Yeah, 100,000. Yeah, you can lower it to 65,000 though. Lower it down to 65,000, and you'll be happy with that too. He should be right around 37, 38,000, right around there. For RAM, though, it's not going to matter for SimBench. It's your 7-zip that you're going to be looking at for the MY Cruncher. PY Prime. Those are the scores that RAM matters. I hope it does. Yeah, 38,600. That's not bad. My best so far with 1300K is 44,000. Over 44,000. I mean, that's a 14,700K. I think you're doing pretty good with your 14,700K there, bud. You got a decent overclock on yours, too. Your RAM's not really going to make a difference for the score. Born, I got 90K. Yeah, but that's a SimBench. That's a benchmark that's hard to use in your CPU. It's not like gaming and stuff like that. It's gonna be like that. Temperatures. It's over 9,000. Yeah, it is good. I mean, more cores though. For some people, it's gonna be better. You can lower the actual temps though. Yeah, no hyperthreading. Yeah, you can go into the actual BIOS and set the temperature. I'm not sure where it's going to be on your BIOS though. So that way, if it goes up to that temperature, it will downclock the CPU. Yeah, you're. All right, take it easy, man. Yeah, 265K is good. 285K is better, of course. It's a lot of people don't realize if you start manually tuning them, they'd be really good. This guy manually tuned them. TVB, but it's a lot of tweaking. You can't get it to work. It should work because you can also do the enhanced TVB, voltage reduction TVB, on top of what parameters you've set, and it should work. Maybe it's not working right now on the Core Ultras. It should. Works on 13th and 14th gen CPUs though. You do Gen 5 SSD and GPU at the same time without losing lane? Yeah? Only with no lane sharing, yeah. Yeah, it depends on your motherboard. It depends on your motherboard. It does not matter about your CPU. That's how that works. Yeah, you might have to check out the BIOS again, because it should work. Not sure. It does work. Oh, you might have to disable. There are issues with it that you have to enable and disable certain stuff to make it work proper. Yeah, there's multiple settings that you have to set for it to work proper, the way you want it, the way you want it. Yeah, that's kind of suck. But yeah, for CPUs, it has as many lanes as it has, so it doesn't matter if you're using multiple Gen 5s or not, it's how many lanes it actually has. Motherboards can be the factors for whether or not to get disable PCIe lane Gen 5 or NVMe Gen 5. Not, you don't really have to though. I mean, it depends on motherboard manufacturer, the actual model. Alright, probably should be heading to bed here though. Either on the weekend or tomorrow I'll be setting up the other PC for streaming. Still haven't done it. Been doing a lot of other stuff, trying to get set up in a new place here. And yeah, be taking apart my main PC and doing some testing on it. Alright, take it easy, man. Let me know if you have any other questions tomorrow about the BIOS. Yeah, get some sleep myself. Yes, get some sleep myself. Alright, so that's it for this stream, everyone. So, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping out this channel more than you know. That's it for this one here. Be back on probably tomorrow. And hopefully streaming from my other PC. So that way I can disassemble my main PC. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we'll see what we can do. Take her easy there, Dab, Rom, Patrick, PRK. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm gonna call you PRK. So, and Born's in the shower, so he doesn't know, but he'll probably see this afterwards. Okay, yep. Again, thank you all for watching, and as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.